here. Oh. You target. Yo,
What's up?
how we doing?
Good?
Should I sync with Nikita on the various offerings in the store? Like,
Yes.
okay.
Just make sure you know that, uh, well, we don't have, so I'm making the actual props, so he doesn't have like a complete list of all the props that I'm making.
Hmm. Well,
But,
the reason that
okay.
I wanted, the reason I wanted to was I was thinking like, do we want to have bundles that like switch out every day, for instance? And are we gonna have like big bundles, medium bundles, and small bundles, and you know, stuff like that. So
We probably
just
will, but I can make the decision pretty comfortably. We don't need to overcomplicate this at the beginning. In fact, we shouldn't. The most important thing is that there is an option to buy basically everything in the store. Like, basically.
wait,
What's
sorry,
available at
could
launch,
you
at least.
okay. So we need to be able to buy list any prop.
Well, so, no. Sorry, what I mean is, yeah, we need to be able to list any prop for one, but as a bundle, there should be a bundle that corresponds to like everything that's behind the paywall at launch. Not everything, like everything, basically everything. Does that make sense?
I see. Yeah, yeah.
We either can make that a bundle, or, but like basically this what Chris needs is he needs a way for us to spend like a player to spend like $20, and that
Gotcha.
20 bucks translates to enough currency to buy like basically everything in the store.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, and whether that's in the form of a bundle or like they just buy everything in the store, sometimes having a bundle can make it like clearer, you know?
Yes. Yeah.
And like easier for them to do, right?
Yeah. Okay, no, that makes sense. So, I guess, okay, that's helpful because now I'm thinking we need to have some store tile element that is, that takes up the entire screen. So, it needs to be like this.
Oh shit. Uh,
So we need to have one that's like this big or this big. And so the reason I was asking about all the live updates is that I ideally want for the store to be something like this, where, I mean, for the bundles, we can have like a mega bundle, medium bundle, and smaller bundles. Or when we launch like a new prop, then it's like front and center, or like the most expensive one. And then, you know, if we get to like our just like listing all of the props pages, it'll probably look closer to this, right? But yeah, even for like the group bundles, like that, this big block will be like the 20 bucks, and then this will be like 10 bucks, and then this will be like $5, and then 99 cents.
right.
So I guess the other reason that I was asking about whether we want to be able to push live, like every day you get like a new bundle, is because if we're changing, like, let's say we start with like one large, one medium, and two small.
Uh-huh.
Do we want to be able to like swap that out to like one large, and 2 mediums like the next day or something like that. Because there is no problem if we have like a large like layout element essentially, and then that's just like a different like one day it's like you can buy the soccer ball and the goal, and the other day it's like you can buy like a rocket, and those are the largest, most expensive things. We can like swap out the images and the names and the text and all that shit just fine, and like completely over the air, I'm pretty sure. But I don't know about like that's more work to go in and basically make an algorithm that will like sort these tiles. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Short answer is we definitely won't be doing that for like a number of weeks. You
Okay,
know,
cool.
like, yeah, we're gonna have like it's better that we don't try and overcomplicate the store early. So we'll have like a couple of bundles, probably 2, literally at launch, and maybe those 2 won't even change for like weeks. You know.
Got you. Okay.
Because also keep in mind you gotta make these like images for these bundles too. You know.
Yeah.
And
That's gonna be
yeah. Like I would suggest trying to make like use the green screen that he had, and like because he had a bunch of other shit there like backgrounds and stuff, and just like put shit in front of it maybe. But
Who would work?
Yeah.
Yes. Actually, yeah, it would be great to have the PSDs.
Yes.
Those aren't in the project, are they?
No, but he did have. I mean, I can look for the PSDs, but I mean, if you go to chassis prefab setup or like chassis setup scene or whatever.
Yes.
That scene has like I think the green screen in it. I think it has like a lot of. It has like I think some scene like concepts laid out in it or something.
Chassis prefab setups. Some. Okay.
I think there may be some things disabled, so I don't know. I feel like I remember.
Yes. Very nice.
Anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't really help, but.
I mean, no, I see, and I have all my icons, so I'll get something that looks nice. Alright, sounds like it. Do you think it would be better to have different pages, like vehicles, bundles, props, or one infinitely scrolling thing?
I mean, it depends on the real estate. If the store is like if it's something that's like big, you can read, and then like an infinite scroll isn't a bad idea. But I mean, just looking at the way you set it up, it's like less. It's not. I don't think it would be big enough for that. So, I think paste like tabs reach is probably fine.
Yo, Roy.
Yes.
Is driving broken right now?
Why?
It's just when I spawn a car in 404, I'm not able to drive it.
Um. Let me
And
check.
there's like a lot of like no reference exceptions
4.
in the. Here, let me share my screen. Like rocket, driving, like just the vehicle script.
Yeah, let me just check. It shouldn't be.
Because I just pulled from you.
I know. Okay. Interesting.
Can you try if you can drive?
I'm doing it right now.
Oh, well. Am I missing like a component or something? Or some inspector values?
Hold on. Okay. It just might be the skateboard is a little fucked up. I might have accidentally like there's maybe some missing inspector components on the skateboard, but if you spawn like the Game Boy, you should be able to drive that one.
Got it. All right, let me try that.
Oh, we have the Game Boy in?
Here,
Let's go.
Game Boy.
it's my new favorite car.
Is it just like a retextured brick?
No, it's a whole new model. It looks badass.
Damn, let me see it. I gotta see it.
Share screen. Oh, nice.
Am I not? I'm sharing.
You're sharing, you're sharing.
The colors look dope in VR. Actually, he nailed the
Hey yo.
he nailed the like this pink
Oh,
off fade and stuff. I don't know why it looks super pink in your whatever, but it's probably just the share.
Yo, this car's sick. I see your rocket. Pretty nice. Collider's a little weird.
It's probably because the colliders on the cube are enabled, so they push the car down.
I mean, I can still weld if I push down a little bit.
Yeah. It's probably because I'm guessing you enable welding to vehicle passenger, but you don't enable welding to, or like you still enable fuck, what is it?
So it should be the vehicle layer, right? That I enable welding.
I don't know. I mean, the vehicle layer is the like the big green collider. So probably not that one.
Game Boy. What's it called?
It's called GSG Boy because it can't be like Game Boy. You know, we get copyright, but
Yeah. This one.
The cool thing is that the Game Boy actually does perfect donuts.
Yeah.
Because you can counter steer, and I don't know, just the way that I set up the front and back axles, I got like really lucky. It does dead perfect donuts.
So which one is the collider we should weld to on this car?
I think in general it would always be vehicle passenger. Like that would be the layer. Right? Because I assume you already do query trigger interaction dot ignore, right? So you ignore trigger colliders. So that would
Yeah.
so that should make it safe to use vehicle passenger as like the layer you can weld to.
Right. All right. But that's what I currently have, though.
But what you also
Yeah.
do is, which makes sense, but what you also do is you probably the collider themselves that you're grabbing the cube with is on, right? So when you're when you're touching it against the car responds to that and like wants to like bounce down, right? Um,
Yeah, that's because there's like rigid body on it. If I disable rigid body, it would probably not push down.
on the car, yeah, but you can't do that.
No, sorry, on the part.
Nah, it would still do that because you only need one rigid body. Uh, uh,
R-
so what you'd want to do is uh, I mean you
Is
need
it
the here go ahead.
is it the provide contact check?
No, I don't because provide contacts is not. I can never remember exactly how it works, but it's not like that. It's not like provide contacts being off doesn't mean it doesn't collide. Um,
Yeah, that's always been a weird ass check. I don't know what it does.
it's but yeah, the turning the uh, I mean your options are either to disable the collider, which I don't think is possible, right? Because you use it during
I
welding,
mean, yeah, it's not possible, and also we shouldn't allow intersection,
right?
so we shouldn't disable.
Right. So you don't you use the collider during welding now, right? Or not during welding to prevent
Always.
intersection. Okay.
Yeah,
But for the object you're grabbing, because I remember previously it was that you use the bounding box for the object you're grabbing.
it's still bounding box.
Okay, so then the collider can be disabled while you're grabbing it, right?
The collider is used to calculate the bounding box. But if you disable the collider again, it will phase through objects.
Um, but the bounding box prevents that, right?
The bounding box is for. Hold on. Wait.
I mean, option B
So
is that
other objects will phase through this object if I disable the collider. That's the. That's what's gonna happen.
right. So option B is to just have it ignore vehicle layer, but that wouldn't really help because vehicle passenger still would uh, resolve. Um, it would still push down the car. Um, uh, hmm. Um,
I mean, it's not a
I
big
mean,
deal if
you
it
can put
pushes
it
down the car.
you can put the object temporarily on a layer that the no, it is a huge deal, dude. It means you just can't customize at all. Um, the you could put the object temporarily on a layer that the car ignores.
Okay, but why don't I just put it there the whole time? I just like make car ignore part, like they don't collide.
Yeah, you could just make it all the time. But then what if I want to
But
run
then you
you?
can go through walls.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
yeah.
right. That's right. Fuck. Okay. Let me think about this. I wonder if disabling collider will allow me to achieve that. Let me actually try.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that changing the prop thing would do is it would you know, we couldn't like launch cars into space anymore, which I'm okay with.
Literally unplayable at that
Yeah.
point.
Yeah. Just drive.
It actually doesn't move the car unless you really smash down.
Yeah, but I don't know. It just doesn't feel very good either. You know, I don't know. Just it still doesn't feel like very. Yeah, no, dude. I feel like you can. It's just not. Yeah, it's not good. It's not gonna work.
Wait, hold on. What is happening?
Missing all this epicness going on over here.
It looks like the trigger volume is fucking with the car's collider. Let me. That's not
Okay,
good.
maybe query trigger interaction is not set to ignore.
Anyways, I'll look at it to figure it out.
All right.
Do you think we're gonna sell things in the store as common rare epic?
Uh, I mean, yeah, maybe. I don't know. I have no real bandwidth for that right now. Possibly is what I would say.
Okay.
Considering they really don't like provide any value or like change the fact that something's common rare epic doesn't really change anything. Would lead me to believe we're not really gonna, but you know, could be wrong.
I got a call, David Chase, wanted to meet at like 8:30 in the morning or something. I was like, oh, just his choice of having a breakfast instead of putting me off right away. I don't know why. But we had a good time, and we laughed about our families a lot and our mothers. So then I auditioned. And the first audition, I stopped halfway through and I said, this sucks. I'm not doing it right. If you want me to come back, I'll come back and do it differently.
He left in the middle of the first audition, walked out, doing his Van Morrison thing. This is shit, I'm not doing this right. Left. But we thought he was great. So our casting directors got him to come to my house, and he read the scene, and it was like, you know, bang. But then finally, we found Jim.
What are you doing?
Miles, Selena needs help.
Sure thing. For what?
Snacks.
Good morning. Here's your market up.
He beat me, destroy my wagon, strand me here. For what?
You stole from her.
I sold back what her husband took.
What do you want me to do?
We don't need them. We go north the mountain, west the ocean.
We need them for protection.
Will you protect?
Only thing they have of use is guns and horses.
Then come take them. Take 3 steps to the right.
Why?
So I don't kill the woman standing behind you. You want my horse? Take it. Let's go. Can't make it much easier than that. During the war, we fought a battle at this place called the Wilderness. There was nothing around but wilderness. When I say killing you means nothing to me, I mean it.
He beat me.
A regular multivitamin.
Pass. I used to take one, but the research is actually pretty on.
It took way longer than 20 to 30 minutes.
No worries. I've been good. It's very clear from your doc, so I am pretty set. So thank you.
Say, okay, so we got shit to buy.
This is basically glorified MS Paint, but actually, yeah. Let me show you what I'm thinking. So gas will be like this. Have like some nice icons. Hopefully, figure out how I'm gonna do that. Dust off my fucking Adobe Illustrator knowledge from high school or something like that. But we'll make some nice icons, some nice artwork for this. And it's gonna be like paginated. So this will be like the gas panel. Bundles will be a similar thing, and all of these tiles are like variable. So I mean, just keep that in mind. That's part of what I wanted to ask you about. And vehicles, I mean, this will probably be with gas. I know, so Animal Company and other games, sometimes they'll have like special purchasable things that you have to buy with like real dollars. Or like a special event or something. Like in the video I sent, I guess it was like Halloween skin or something like that, where it was like $20 for the skin. So I'll probably do something like that down the line, so I will leave that open. But for now, I feel like all props and vehicles that you buy are going to be with gas. And then this is props. So yeah, basically with this structure, we can also, scroll it up and down, but we can change the sizes of these things. So if we want to like swap out the bundles and whatnot, but it looks like we're gonna, not worry about that stuff too much before launch. I think that really all we have to worry about is if we want to change prices or if we want to swap out what is like available in the UI for you to purchase. And so
that function, so the first function, I think it was called get products by SKU. So that should, like, they basically recommend that we do not hard code any prices, because if we do change prices, we would have to kick a whole new build and get that shit approved, and then there would be like a discrepancy between like what people see in our UI, and then by the time they get to like the meta checkout side, it'd be a different price. So to keep it current, it's like we have to rely on getting the info from these two functions. Now, I know that I kind of put you in a shitty spot because we're not approved yet to call those functions. So like if we call them, you will get nothing back. But yeah, we're supposed to, for the IAP flow, call that get products by SKU function and then like work based on that and show our prices based on that, show like any names. So like, again, I gave these things some bullshit names, like the regular gas pack, the fucking like extra gas, the full tank, probably a fill up or whatever the fuck, pit stop. I don't fucking know. But those names and that metadata should come from that function, as well as the price. And then it's like when we click on one of those, I think we call the next thing, which is let me pull that shit up as well. Launch checkout flow, which it's like for a specific SKU. Once we know the SKU that they just clicked on, we call launch checkout flow, and that again opens up the Oculus pop-up. And then there's the whole callback flow, which we don't have yet. But yeah, like just those two things alone, like would probably make this screen like dynamic. I think for now, like we'll just show again 3, because that's like all we'll have. Maybe 4, I don't know. But yeah, like it has to come from that pretty much.
Got you. Okay, no, that makes sense. So for the SKUs, it's just going to be the stuff that you buy with real money, right? Not anything that will be purchased with gas.
Correct. So like even for the stuff that's purchased with gas, like this is why I have our dashboard specifically, because I'm like, what if we want to over the air like change what is going on in the game as far as the store? Like that's why we are building this live ops dashboard to like monitor all the gas that's in circulation. Like it would be kind of hard to do from any meta dashboard. So like we can know like the state of our economy at a glance, but then also to be able to like change what people see in the store is probably a whole other side of like our live ops that again I haven't really built out. I think to your point of like what we're selling and where that data is coming from, like we're probably gonna need to put the store data in space-time. Like I think hard coded is okay for right now, but like eventually we're gonna want to be able to update this thing like on the fly. Add things on the fly, especially as we push products. And if we push new products to our specific gas store, rather than kicking a whole build, it'd probably be easier to like do some over the air shit and update the store over the air. So I guess to say like right now, like you're gonna make like stubs, kind of like how the rest of the menu has stubs, right?
Yeah.
Like if you mock up the data that's there, I think that like informs exactly how the like tables should be, but we don't have those tables yet.
Okay, sounds good. Do we have the shape of the tables in that document?
No, because I kind of left it open because I mean I know we're gonna need something to purchase with money, and
yes,
maybe we're storing image URLs, maybe we're storing file references to where they get the images from, name and a description. But like, yeah, like I think starting with mock and then making the tables based off of the data that we need is probably easiest for both like construction, the game flow, and then like just knowing that we're making the tables properly. So like I would say the tables can come last and like the real data flow can come last, because the way we're gonna have to update it, I was just looking at like some of the stuff that got pushed when we like reset the database, and like we didn't put all the props back in or update the weekly challenges, which again, like there's no way you could have known because I haven't told anyone how to do this. So it's like kind of like it's like not a straightforward process to like keep the store up to date with our pushes and our code changes. It's like you have to run an exact sequence of scripts to make sure that like those things are always in sync as we add new props and whatnot. So it might just be easier to like basically do it how you need, and then we'll like retrofit the data.
Got you. Okay, sounds good. So yeah, that was the other thing that I wanted to talk about was the GUIDs for the prop. Like I think like you mentioned, the inventory service stub is like basically like a dumb stub right now, and it just, I have the GUIDs are like 1, 2, 3. So
in theory they should correspond with everything that is a prop, and pretty much there's a table. It was called part info. We need to redo it and make it prop, but it basically stores every prop in the game based off of those prop SOs, and those GUIDs link so that it's like if I'm talking about prop with GUID 1 in space-time, it is the exact same prop with GUID 1 like client side in the game. I think that will always be the assumption. So like scriptable objects are the source of truth. What the GUIDs are, it's just like we have to update the process in which we update that table and change the table name and all this other shit.
Got you. Yeah. All right, sounds good. So for now, I will. I'll work on the gas purchasing first, and then if I get done with that, and we haven't linked up yet, then I'll start making the store work off of prop SO. Actually, no, it shouldn't have anything to do with prop SO, right? So I'll probably just make another dumb stub for the gas purchases.
Yeah, so like I'm kind of putting you in a bad spot by like saying, hey, just make this UI and then like I'll come in and retrofit this data. But it's only because I haven't been able to test this shit because they won't let me publish the SKUs. So like you can't really test the buying of currency to like kick off the rest of the flow. And I don't want to like redo these tables that I've made. So I'm pretty sure by tomorrow they should check this off. Maybe even later today. But once they do, and once I'm able to publish these SKUs, I think it becomes a lot clearer, the whole flow. And what's outstanding, because like we just need to rename a table. We need to take away some tables that we don't need anymore. And it'll be super clear.
Dope. Okay. Well, that makes today pretty straightforward for me. I'll just make a beautiful UI, and yeah, I'll make the stub, at least define the shape, and then if I do that, then when tomorrow comes, you'll be able to see like, oh, he needs the image, or he needs like this or that or whatever. So yeah, all right, sounds pretty clear.
Exactly. Image wise, I don't have a CDN set up, and it honestly might be like out of scope to try to make that work.
Yeah. No,
So,
that's
like,
the only reason that I said we should use prop SO in some capacity, because that like, I don't know, I'm also thinking for the future, because prop SO has access to the name, description, rarity, you know, all that shit. So in the future, if we're like, actually, we do want epic, legendary in the store, we want you to be able to preview the hologram in some capacity. So maybe it does make sense to have the store hooked up to like space-time, and then do like all of the actual functionality based off of that, but based on our space-time reads, you know, find the prop SO from some sort of library, and then get the name and the data from there, because these GUIDs will persist, right? So as long as we grab from the table the prop GUID, we match it with the prop SO, we can move all of the prop SOs into like a fat fucking JSON file or something, and then grab all of the names, the whatnot from there. Then in space-time, all we'd really need to store is the GUID and the price.
Yeah, so actually in space-time, if you look at the part catalog, that's exactly what that is. It's like basically everything that the part SO had, it gets put into a JSON by one of our editor tools. And then in our like update process, instead of just like publishing straight to space-time, we run a series of commands, one of which is like update catalog. And update catalog looks at that JSON and basically repushes everything up every time we push to space-time. And that just makes sure that like every SO we have is tracked in space-time in some way. That needs to be retrofitted for props. Like that is the reason why I'm also like just hold off on that, because like it's like 2 to 3 hours worth of work, but like we just have to basically make a prop catalog and have props instead. And then once that's there, once we have this new table and all the dependent tables have changed, it'll be much clearer to be like, hey, like I can just look up like what this is in space-time, and then I can also get the prop SO that has like the image or whatever the fuck.
Yes. Okay, makes sense. But if I use in my like the dumb stuff I'm about to make, if I use prop SOs,
it wouldn't be that crazy to like rewrite it on my end to be like at space-time.
Yeah.
And get the corresponding like same data, same shape. So yes, that's totally fine.
All right. Cool. All right. I feel good. I will have a clickable UI and probably like a dumb stuff for you by tomorrow.
Just to quickly interject as a question, is the GUID that we get based off of Unity's GUID system, or is it based off like the addressable key?
Neither, I believe.
It's whatever that ID is in the SO.
Oh,
so it
like
could be like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah.
okay. All right, so we just gotta really make sure those never change then, basically.
But I thought they don't. Like, I thought that was like
They
not
don't.
really work with the SOs and GUIDs and shit. That like they never change.
They don't, and they shouldn't. But in the event, for whatever reason, like let's say we accidentally like delete one, add it back, reassign IDs, it'll come up with like a different ID.
Oh yeah, it'll fuck everything up.
Yeah. Because we just assigned.
Actually,
Yeah, because
another problem is right now they're alphabetical. So if we add like a aardvark or something, then it's like we're fucked. Like aardvark's gonna be 42. You know what I mean?
right, yeah. So
I think there's a way to sort, like especially if we're asking for data from space time, we can like sort by name. But to the point about the IDs, like those can never change.
Yeah.
So like.
So we just
Are you saying that they can change? Like,
well,
there's
what?
a
So
world-
yeah, basically, we have this like the tool that does assign IDs to all assets. It goes through every asset, and then if it doesn't have an ID, it gives it one, right? Which is fine, right? And it just makes sure that we're never like we don't have colliding IDs, right? So it just if you already have an ID, you don't need a new one, right? So just as we generally use it, it's safe for us to just keep constantly hitting that button because it's not going to update like objects that already have IDs. It's not going to like keep shuffling them, right? That being said, just in the event for whatever reason we like, let's say, accidentally deleted one of the scriptable objects or like changed the ID by accident for whatever reason, then that would just fuck it up. So what we either need to do is like somehow rigorously like serialize. I don't know if there's like a permanent serialize option in Unity where you can just like, hey, this can't change now, or we just need to add like in our process for whenever we like push for a new build, we just do like an ID match check. Like we just run a script that just looks at space-time, looks at our current props, and it's just like, hey, are all the IDs the same? Just make sure. And then if they aren't, we just change it to match them up.
That is very concerning.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, is there a way we can just write something that and like store it like in a CSV or something like that? Because I don't know, it's not like, what if we like swap out a mesh? Like we have to swap out a mesh because this mesh is like fucking things up, or we decide to change a name, or
so we do have a serializer, which I need to probably rewrite, or like needs to be rewritten because it was like very old and for like file paths have changed and stuff. But essentially what it would do is it would go through. That's why when you look at like the scriptable objects, you get those like to data and from data methods. The idea was so that you can serialize all the props in the game to a single JSON that's like human readable, and then if you ever needed to, you could like deserialize all of the props, and it would like either update like an existing scriptable object with the data or create a new one if there wasn't one. So like we could just constantly be serializing, but that doesn't seem very like a necessary or good idea either. So to make it clear a bit, the GUID that you use in spacetime is just the int. It's just the int ID basically.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
And I use that as a primary key in the catalog table. So like that is how you will find that object. So like the assumption is that it never changes.
Right. It shouldn't. Don't get me wrong. By the way, these things should not be dynamically updated unless there's like
but it can.
dev error. Like user dev error is the scary part. Yeah.
Yeah, and I feel like that's extremely hard to catch in a case where there's like 100, 200 of these things or more. So I mean, if there's a way that, again, we can like be double sure if some editor tool, like, again, I might have to like think about that more, because again, the assumption was like, hey, like whatever our like durable system is for scriptable objects is just preserving these IDs at the base. And it does, but it can change. And if it did change, it would be like someone buys this item, they spend gas, which is in essence real money, but they get another item. And there's like really nothing we can do to undo that. So yeah, like we wouldn't want that. That'd be really bad. So yeah, like this kind of has to be bulletproof.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the two things that come to mind would be like some unit test that like you run whenever we like update space-time that just checks all the IDs. And if there's discrepancies, it rejects it. So that we're like never in that scenario. That could even be a part of like the build process. You can have build scripts that run like during the build process. So they do like, you know, right before the build actually gets made, they do all these like scripts that run to check things to make sure the build is valid. We could do that so that it's like protected at the point of deployment. Or we can somehow figure out a way to make it like so that these IDs actually never update, like they can't be changed. But I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to do that, sir. I don't know how to make like permanent variables. If that's even a possibility in C#, let alone Unity. I mean, you can make consts, but like,
how do other games do this?
Whoa. So if you use, so for instance, one of the other ways you could, if people want real GUIDs, they just lean on the, they use a hashing system and they rely on the asset itself never changing. So like in Unity, every asset has a GUID that like when the asset is created, it doesn't change, right? Now the unsafe part is that if the asset gets deleted, then the GUID gets deleted along with it. But you have the protection of always being able to roll back to like when that GUID was healthy. That's how I envision that a lot of games use, if they like want it tied to the actual file, like the meta file. But that is not really a comparison that's like, you can't really make that comparison at runtime. You would need to store that GUID, so you need to like go into the meta file, grab that GUID, that hash, and then store it along with the scriptable object, which is like a redundant sort of thing, especially for runtime.
Yeah, I wonder if the asset manager helps us here, because like it's like we need some level of version control of these assets to know what changed about specifically these scriptable objects. And if we had any sort of guarantee that like basically like, hey, this thing did change and this is what changed about it, I think we could catch this if it ever happened. Because again, we're all talking about like a possible scenario, a very unlikely scenario, but
yeah,
a damn near catastrophic scenario. And it's like, well, that's exactly what version control is for. I know we tried the asset manager one time with Devᯅ. I know that did not go well.
Yeah.
I just wonder if like in this case, having a like manager for our scriptable objects gives us like an extra guarantee of like safety or some shit.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, we could have. I feel like the easiest thing, at least, like in the short term, would be some sort of unit test at deployment. You know, like some, like build script and or like deployment, you know, like script for space-time. Because that would, you know, like we would only ever change those values. Those values would only ever become like a problematic if they were changed in in a build or in like the database. It sounds like you're on the database side. It's actually much more bulletproof because you're already making the assumption that the asset side never changes. So really all we need to make sure is that whenever we make a build, our assets don't, like those scriptable objects, those IDs don't change during the build. And if they are changed and there is a discrepancy between like all of the assets that are getting built into the build and all the assets on the database, then we would, well, that's actually not entirely true because I could just change the ID of a scriptable object and it would show up as another thing, but it wouldn't necessarily, like you'd have to check every field basically. Like
Exactly.
Yeah, which is
And like we want to allow you to change like the name of something because
Yeah.
that's totally fine. But like it's really the IDs. and,
Fuck.
Like, yeah, so like it just leads me to believe like, hey, like if these things are actual
We can have a
like,
backup.
files and assets, like just having a record of their change is important. Like specifically, like I don't really care about how the rest of the assets change in the game, but specifically these fucking scriptable objects, like we need like damn near a report of like what changed on every iteration, every build, every time we're going to push. Now, like luckily we can again have an editor tool that writes JSON and maybe looks for diffs and tells us something, but I feel like that's the best we can do. Because some changes are permissible. Like it's totally fine to like update the value of something. Like we don't want to like not be able to build or deploy because we updated the value of something. Totally valid. But the ID, like holy shit, if that changes, we're cooked. We're fucking cooked. So yeah, it might need some custom shit. I don't know. It's just definitely something we have to think about. It would mean like people's inventories fucking change. Like, oh, I don't own this anymore. I own a different chassis now. I don't even own any chassis. The fucking IDs changed. Like, yeah.
Okay. I mean, there is a pattern that I don't know. I just asked chat. Like, there's a pattern. That that you can do like you can set. I mean, you can basically. It's a bit hacky, but you can have the value, have a boolean for it being set, like was set, and then just a normal like int, like a method that returns an int. That just checks if it's been set already, and then if it's been set, it like returns with an error. I mean, it's kind of flaky. Like in theory, you could probably break that if you just like unset the is set boolean. It's not an absolute guarantee.
Yeah, like at the moment we're okay. Like I haven't seen these IDs change. It is possible.
Yeah, like
especially when we come into like, I want to delete this part from the game. Like, oh fuck, what is going to happen?
Yeah. Okay, I mean that's a scary thought. Yeah, I mean, so what? Here's what we know for sure: our ID system at the moment, like the tool, does not cause problems. It does not change IDs. So the only way that it would, in theory, happen is operator error, which is totally possible because we're monkeys. It's like one of us going in and changing the ID of like a scriptable object, or to your point, Abina, deleting it, either by accident or like, you know, just deleting it. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
I mean, basically, we can never have the server trust the client. So
That's true. Also,
we can just like generate
somebody could hack
ones.
the game. give me just change the ID. Give me something else.
Yeah, but I mean, if we have like separate, God, fuck, I don't know.
Yeah, it's not an easy thing. It's like some shit we got to think about because, like, again, it's a very small edge case of like this could go wrong, but it's like nuclear. Like if we hit that button, like we're blowing shit up, especially if people have already made purchases that already have IDs set, and then those things become incorrect. It's like fuck.
Yeah. I know space-time you can't roll back, but you can see all previous transactions, right?
I don't know if they expose this. It is in theory possible. Everything is recorded in some like transaction log that in main cloud is not available to us. So like it's possible.
What is the point of
but
having
we
a
would have to-
transactional database if you can't see the transaction?
No, but like at that point they're like run the shit yourself if you really want to do that. Like we're not gonna do that for you.
It's crazy work.
Then we go into again DevOps and some other bullshit that we don't want to do. But
yeah.
I think there's a solution. There's a tool out there for us that we don't know about yet.
Yeah.
Because someone has had to use these scriptable objects as a source of truth and needed this guarantee to be like, hey, I need this to be like the unique identifier and global and durable. And like,
so
that is possible. And to me, like, that's why I lean back on version control, because it's like if it does change, we just need to know. Like it's more not knowing that this change has cascaded and like this delete has affected these other scriptable objects or something like that is the scary part.
So there is
I don't know.
I think like one option that popped in my head is I mean, the one thing that we don't do that's naive, I mean, we've talked about it a lot, is any sort of external config for the game. We could have like an ID, like essentially this serialized, like scriptable object register in like an XML or JSON or whatever that is on like GitHub. So we can track the changes easy. And then on a NIT, we can package the XML with the game, and then on a NIT we actually read it, like we read it, and then we update the scriptable objects with any discrepancies. So it like enforces the standard to something that's like external to the engine. We essentially do like kind of what we currently do with this like ID check, but we do it on a NIT, and we allow like an XML to be the source of truth that we can put in like a Git repository. Now that requires some like automated write on like probably the creation of or editing of any scriptable object, you know, which, you know, isn't crazy, but I don't know if Unity version control doesn't allow us to diff scriptable object changes, does it? Maybe it does. I mean, they are basically just JSON.
I think it does. It's more like, again, that puts all the onus on us to be like, hey, did something change?
Right.
I mean, the onus is still on us to fucking run this command to update spacetime. I think even in that check, we need some, again, preemptive error checking to be like, what has changed? Are you sure that you want to push this change? Because, like, it's all cool in dev. It's all cool when there's no purchases. It's more like when people have made purchases and
Yeah.
do have shit in their inventory, and it's like an array of IDs, or it's a bunch of entries with like basically the IDs of these things, and they're like recalling their inventory to say like, hey, this is all the shit I've bought in this game. We just have to make sure that that never changes for shit that we've already put out and people have already paid for.
Yeah.
So yeah. Yeah, so probably in that editor tool, it'll just have to get smarter. The update command to spacetime will have to get much smarter. Even having some functionality in our live ops dashboard, some sort of audit log. I don't know. There's a lot of shit we can do just to make sure that
Yeah.
this one case does not happen. But it's more we have to do.
Yeah.
Unity will not save us.
True. Well, that's exciting. Damn.
Yeah, y'all be all right. Y'all be okay. I'll write that shit. It'll be fine.
Damn. Damn.
Oh, some bullshit.
Yeah.
But on that note, I have to bounce. It's fucking order at the door. All right. I hope this was informative, Akan. Hit me if you have any issues. I will be available later.
Good. All right. Got you, bro.
Yeah. All right, y'all.
See ya.
Peace.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Damn.
All right. I'm going to take a brief break. I'll be back.
Yep.
I have Flappy Bird. I wonder why I didn't put this in the game. I think I have a games. Why don't I change it? I spent about 30 minutes making this game.
Your uniform.
Yeah, that department issued sergeant's badge, that won't do. That is 80% tin, but this is solid silver and real gold.
Thank you. See, you earned it. I won't let you down. Sure you will. This is a hard transition. You will fail as much as you succeed. And you are starting your watch on the craziest weekend of the year.
I can handle it. I've been a supervisor before.
Different animal. TO's a drill sergeant. Supervisor, coaching.
Orange slices. Got it.
Those stripes are Velcro, son.
Yes, sir.
You'll do roll call today.
I'll go get up to speed. Thank you.
Oh, what was my bad news?
Your new rookie is Aaron Thorson.
Okay, so the LAPD is just letting anybody in now.
You wanted to see me, sir?
Well, maybe you quit her. She got a head.
Stop train run by the Alaska Railroad, and it's just dropped me off in the middle of nowhere here in the interior of Alaska. And that's what they do. You simply tell them which mile marker you want to get off at, and they stop and let you off. And if you need to get picked up, you just wander out on the tracks and you flag them down like flagging down a taxi. It's the dead of winter here in Alaska, and I am truly in the middle of nowhere. This railroad is my only connection to civilization. But here in a few minutes, I'm gonna leave this railroad and I'm gonna start hiking that way. I've got no trail and at least one set of mountains to go over, but I'm gonna try to hike my way back to civilization. And for the next couple nights, I'm gonna be making my own shelter. Well guys, that right there.
His leash pulling, from what I've seen, it's not terrible, it's not great though.
Really, like he wants to sniff everything?
Yeah. So here's a great example. So right now you're
Pulling?
Yeah, I mean, you're pulling a little bit, but the whole idea of what you're doing is you're kind of pulling it back, and right, instead of walking really fast, he's taking a half step back, and then you keep and he's back at the end of the leash, and you have to do it every 2 seconds. We want the response to be, you feel pop, you turn around, you come to me. Yes, good. And every time I pop, I'm creating a little bit of space to try to get him to come back to me, right? It's kind of like when he's pulling on a leash, it's building up to him, pulling on a leash more and more and more. And so we're stopping it. I'm not correcting him once the leash is tight. I'm correcting him when the leash has a little bit of slack right here, right? If the leash is tight, I can't pop him, right? All I'm doing is pulling him back.
I gotcha.
And so right, imagine again, this is him. He's walking ahead, loose leash. Right before the leash is tight, that's where I'm giving the pop to get his attention.
Yeah, that's never been properly explained. That makes sense.
Because if the leash is tight, right, we lose all leverage and control. We're just yanking them, and it's a tug-of-war game.
Makes sense, yeah.
But this is a much more, just for the last, couple hundred feet, this is a much more structured walk. Right? And his leash pulling, from what I...
Damn, it's really that bad?
No, I'm just...
Bad day, huh?
First, one, my landlord raised our rent by like a lot, which is problematic. Two, my husband has been waiting for a promotion for years. That's probably not coming. Three, I lost my job. Four, I've been applying for every job in this city and I can't get arrested. Five, I'm 46 years old.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Check that out.
What the hell is that?
I have no idea. My baby brother, he's a chef.
Fancy.
Yeah, piece of shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. You ever know somebody who, like, knows exactly what it is in this world that they want to do? Like, fucking knows it. And not only do they know it, but they're really fucking good at it.
That sounds like a dream.
I'm telling you, I genuinely really think that that is the dream.
Tom, you try this octopus yet?
I'm talking here.
See broccoli.
You're like a child with the food and the pussy. What's going on here, Paulie?
It was a big thing to me, D. I was never over here, okay? My brother was, and my other brother, the doctor, was, with all his bullshit. Can I just get some macaroni and gravy?
I did fall asleep. Low key, I've been fucking struggling today. Facts. It would be fire if it was. Nah, I'd say it's actually a vehicle sandbox. So you get to build dumbass vehicles by attaching like dumbass shit on that all like changes them and fuck around with your friends basically. So like kind of think cross between Gary's Mod meets Mario Kart meets like Halo Forge. It's kind of it's a good mixture. Like quite arcadey driving, but every vehicle's like a open platform that you can run on and jump on, and while it's moving, and then you can put shit on it. Like you can put like a rocket on, and that rocket will apply different like physics to it. And you can put stuff in the map, and you can play games and games. And so we have like a bunch of different props, like soccer balls and finish lines and landmines and rockets and bombs and parachutes or balloons, shit like that all affects the car. But yeah, that's the vibes. Right now I'm just working on this like locomotion system. I want to make this like, I don't know how familiar with our VR, but it's quite common that you get like a basically gorilla tag type movement. It's like based off of a game called Gorilla Tag, and essentially it's you move by like swinging your arms and like smacking into the ground, kind of like a monkey. And it's become quite like a common locomotion system in VR. Like a lot of people like using it because obviously you can't use your legs. And I don't want to make that the default system in our game, so we use like the thumbstick as the default because there's a lot of like fine movement that you have to do like on these vehicles and stuff, and like building where you don't want to be constantly having to do like this shit. It gets quite annoying. But this shit is really cool for like more macro movement where I'm like jumping around and stuff, and we don't really have that at the moment. And so I wanted like a middle ground where you can enter the state that I'm calling like fancy movement, where basically you when you're fucking what's the best way to describe it, when you're like bounding with the gorilla tag movement, you, instead of it being like more closer to the ground, you're sort of like moving in these big leaps and bounds, and you're like creating these like little micro impulses by hitting the ground. So it's more floaty, and it's like a temporary state. So you enter the state by slamming the ground, and then when you land without having chained another hit, you like exit the state basically. But it's proven to be a bitch because we have to do it in a really, really specific implementation. We have a lot of constraints to do with our character controller that don't allow us to use traditional physics, which is a lot of what the games like Gorilla Tag and most games use that physics to basically compute all that movement. We just don't have that luxury because of how we deal with vehicles and stuff like that. So we do everything kinematically, which means we kind of calculate our own movement on every frame. With like our own math for velocity and shit, and so it adds sort of an extra wrinkle. Like we have to put that into this character controller that we've kind of custom made, and it's just becoming quite complicated. Like admittedly I've been really vibe coding it. Like I haven't really been spending a whole lot of time on it because it's not. A lot of this sort of complex input, a lot of the mathematics stuff that comes with it is not exactly my forte, and I've been kind of just doing it on as a side thing. It doesn't specifically prevent the bounding movement. Do not get me wrong. So to put it in perspective, the Gorilla Tag, the way they compute things is. You put when your hand touches the ground, they create like a hand pose where your hand is touching the ground, and then as you're moving your hand, they say, how would the body have to move in order for this hand to remain where it is? And then they apply the requisite forces to the body, or they move the rigid body that way. So our kinematic movement can totally operate on very similar concepts. It's just we have to then apply, like, we have to create like a mathematical, like, it's just a little bit more math basically to kind of compute the end result. Because we have like our own math for like friction, air friction, momentum, like shit like that basically. We have to like work this into that. And I didn't make the original character controller, as another guy on the team. And so I've been kind of just trying to understand it. And again, not really putting a lot of credence into the, I don't know, credence is the right word. Respect into the process. I've kind of just been purely vibe coding it. So I'm definitely introducing some bugs that are just kind of, for lack of a better term, retarded. And kind of just trying to find stability. So the system works pretty well, but what we got to do is we got to do a couple of things. We have to, when you hit the ground and like slam and hit the ground, we need to compute the intended direction you're trying to go, right? Because if I swipe my hand like this, or if I swipe my hand like this across my body, you know, forward like this, or, you know, down, directly down like this, would say, okay, let's go forward. But like swiping to the left should mean like I should go to the right, or counteract whatever movement I'm doing. So we need to account for intent, and that intent needs to be calculated based off of like the current relative velocity, like the velocity of the hands, make like a planar, turn that into like a two-dimensional thing, so we can say like up, down, or like left, right. And we then need to actually apply the forces, you know, well, forces, because it's not actually physics, but we need to sort of compute what that velocity would be based on how hard you were moving your hand, and then compare that to like a maximum of like how strong any one impulse could be, and then consider like your current velocity as being a factor. So like if I'm already moving in this direction, can I just instantly start moving in this direction, or do I need, is it more of like I would decelerate slightly and like move slower that way? Yeah, and so it's like, and then we also have to like work out how you exit this state. So like when you land, we do like a ground check on our character controller, but it's not consistent. It like basically will it'll constantly be like flipping that value when you're actually on a surface, partially because of how it was made, but like when you hit the surface initially, we'll get like you're grounded. And so then we need to like start a timer basically to say, oh, you get like a grace period of, you know, 500 milliseconds, and if you don't chain another like slam, we'll exit you from the, you know, bounding movement state, or the fancy movement state. Yeah, so it's slightly complicated. It's not actually that complicated, you know, conceptually. It's just I kind of suck at the math, and so I can't interrogate like an LLM's response well enough to, I mean, I kind of can to understand sort of what it's doing, but I can't interrogate like the math perfectly to understand well enough if like this is like a good result or a bad one. And I feel like it's in these really niche mechanics where like LLMs become pretty, I wouldn't say useless, but like unstable, you know. Because it's just really specific. There isn't a whole lot of like existing documentation or something, you know. Yeah, I couldn't tell you how to approach that. No, I appreciate it. It's yeah, it's just it's I've gotten like, I would say 70% of the way there. But learning college physics and math is probably a good life skill. Yeah, for sure. You know, it's something that it becomes quite helpful. You know, everybody, I took computer science in college, and it's sort of a glorified math degree is the joke. And I didn't pay a whole lot of attention to the math because your boy was an idiot. So, I probably didn't really learn the most valuable part of it. I mean, you know, like, I get the fundamentals, right? And, it's like a math degree with makeup on. Kinda, yeah, right? Like, you know, and so, like, what I understand is, you know, is the high level, whatever. Most programmers can't handle math without the makeup. Yeah, facts. Because it's fun. Memorizing data algorithms, like data structures and algorithms, is fun. Because you get to, like, it's applied math. You know, you get to think that, like, oh, you know, like, if I'm using breadth first search here or whatever, you know, like a binary tree search or binary search is like, you can understand the time complexity based on the math and the algorithm, but you'd never really have to know the math. Yeah. Anyway, still haven't found the love of algorithms, but data structures are interesting. Yeah, it's true. Like, it's cool, especially in game development. I think data structures become a lot more important. Yeah, I feel that. Yeah, it's in gaming, data structures can make a real big difference because there's a lot more, you know, you have your update loop and stuff where you're running logic on every frame, and so you think a lot more about how you can take things off of the update loop and put them onto more discrete events, but then you have to consider like looking up data at runtime and how you know, like, what's the best way to do that, and you can start to appreciate, you know, like a good dictionary or a good hash map, you know, when you see one. I know about the good data-oriented design and cache efficiency. Yeah, like, that stuff's cool. And it's also fun because it's, you know, no two cases are necessarily the same. Like, you could just say, like, oh, you need to cache everything, but, you know, you're either constraining, you know, runtime or time complexity or memory, right? Like, there's always trade-offs. And, you know, we work in standalone VR, and the headset is so constrained in its memory because everything on the device competes for the same memory. So, you know, there's no dedicated, like, VRAM. It's just RAM. So, like, regular RAM and graphics RAM are the same. So the GPU and the CPU are both competing for, like, the same RAM. The OS is competing for the same RAM, and so, you know, memory management's very important. But then at the same time, traditionally VR games are CPU bound, so the frame rate starts to chug. It's because the CPU is under too much duress, and you can make your life a whole lot easier if, you know, you make your player loop as efficient as possible, and that means fast lookups and you know, not a whole lot of polling checks and stuff like that, and just trying to balance that with memory. Yeah. see how my fingies are feeling. Hold on. What the hell am I doing? There we go. I'm feeling fast. I'm feeling fresh. Whee. Oh. My game froze. Uh-oh. I think everything about... Oh, shit. Wait, where's my... I can't tell you. I don't see anything. Alright. Yeah. Just kill me. Yeah, fine. Affect my stats. I don't give a fuck. Alright, here we go. Let's try this again.
Welcome, contestants.
Here we
The
go.
game begins now.
My periods suck. It's the only thing that really sucks about my workflow here. Fuck! Fuck! Christ, dude. Trash. It's my period, man. I need to get a new keyboard. Shit. Fuck. Alright, I can get back in front. I think. Maybe. Some of these guys gotta sell the other kind of rounds, but... Fucking Christ! I'm gonna get like 5th at this rate. I gotta lock in. Nope, that's not it. Yep.
Congratulations.
Damn it.
Player 38. You have won. The other players.
Problem is, I'm usually way better at monkey type. Because, I don't know, I choke in that game. It is because this one, you know, if you make a mistake, they don't put you back, which is, you know. That kind of shit. Anyway. Alright. Let's just see. Yeah. Let's just do it. Copy all type shit. And then give me this Fancy debug. Let's give it a whirl. Alright. Let's give it a whirl.
Yo.
What's up?
Dude, my fucking Discord client just like shits itself every time I disconnect my headphones. I need to get wired headphones, but like I have these wireless ones, the WXM 1000 whatevers, but I ripped the wire out of them. I think we were playing rematch, and I like got a goal. And I jumped out of my chair and just ripped it out of the headphone jack. Now the headphone jack on them is totally fucked up.
Oh no. That's not good.
Mm-mm. No good at all. What you working on?
Something secret. Because it's a little irresponsible to be working on it right now.
Rourke? Rourke, what are you working on?
Don't worry about it. I just needed a break, and so
Are you working on being able to grab other players' heads?
No. That's really not relevant. This is like kind of relevant. But hold on, sorry. I just kind of implemented it can be taken out, don't worry. But I implemented two big changes. One of them we'll just keep in. Whenever you jump off a vehicle, your velocity is preserved. So like,
nice.
you know, you'll jump off of it like a train, you know? So like, you could jump in between vehicles in theory. A whole lot easier than what we currently have. But, I just took a quick crack at fancy locomotion.
Dude, I don't think that's irresponsible at all. Honestly, if you can get it in like a day or two,
Yeah.
I feel like that'll be so key.
Yeah, because I just think the game is like, it's not missing without it, but it's like, I feel like there's too many scenarios where you could just be like marooned completely, where it's just like pushing the thumbstick forward forever would be like, that sucks. Also, it just seems like it'd be too cool not to have it. But there's a lot of like, I'm not gonna like, I basically have this like boolean that if I tick, like we just don't use it. So that it doesn't, it won't like impact the current thing. Because the way that I have it set up is that, you know, I think the revolutionary side of it is that it's both, it's not either or. We have both thumbstick and this G-Tag style locomotion supported, and it's a state. So the way you enter, well, right now it's based off of a slam, but I actually don't think I'll do that. The way you enter it is you basically hold both triggers and you like slam the ground, and then when you're in fancy locomotion, it's basically like G-Tag, but it's a lot more like forgiving and floaty. So
Yeah.
you don't have to touch the ground. You like can really just swipe towards the direction of the ground, like you know, pretty like with a decent distance, and it's like you're doing these like energy impulses off the ground. And
Like swimming almost?
yeah, it's just more gradual. You know, you're not actually like clambering over the ground and having to like really hit it, you know?
Yeah.
It still feels like G-Tag, don't get me wrong. Like we'd want it to feel that way. It just feels like they've loosened it a little. And
yes.
And the reason for that is the way you exit fancy locomotion is if you were to hit the ground and not chain another bounce. And then the thumbstick is re-engaged, basically. So like the thumbstick is disengaged while you're in fancy locomotion. And then when you like hit the ground without having chained another one, it's like re-engaged, and then your locomotion goes back to normal.
Yeah.
And the idea is like when you go into fancy, you'll get like, you know, like this energy like on your arms that's like telling you you're in it, and like every time you chain a bounce, it's like, you know, you get that feedback, and then if you land, it'll go away. So because we do need thumbstick locomotion, we need that like micro movement, but this is like the macro movement. It's like if you do want to move like slower than a vehicle, that's the important thing. It's still slower, remarkably slower, or marketably at least. But it's like faster than walking, and more fun. And like you can jump and kind of bound decent distances and stuff. And like
Is it working?
Yeah, it's working. I'm just working out kinks at this point, because the challenge is we have to implement it in our like kinematic environment with our custom character controller. And the most complicated part, honestly, is intent. Because Gorilla Tag does this like you put the hand on the ground, they have this hand pose, and then you move the hand, and then the body just reacts to that by saying like, if the hand were to stay still, how would the body have to move in like what direction to like move it? But in our example, it's a little different because we're sort of applying these like this momentum in different directions at more of a distance and with more forgiveness. It's not like you're not like moving your hand, your arm up and over, if that makes sense. So we have to like compute the intent of which direction you're trying to apply like an impulse to. And there's like a lot of different ways to do that, right? There's like the moment you swipe and hit the ground, it's like, which direction are you swiping? But then relative to what? Is it relative to your movement?
Yeah.
Is it relative to like just the surface? Are you like drawing a line on the floor? How long is the window for like when you compute that, because then any little like rotation during like a frame could like give you like a weird result. There's a lot of instability when I started with this, and then it's like, how do you correctly determine you exiting fancy locomotion? Like the desired experience is like you just hit the ground without chaining another thing, but like our ground check is sort of unreliable because it's just the way we do our character controller. It's like constantly flipping the ground check. So like right now what we do is like when that ground check turns to true, we just start a timer, and then if there's no fancy locomotion, if there's no extra chain after that, it'll like turn off. But for a while I was trying to do like a constant timer while being true, and then it would just constantly flip. And I also tried like velocity, like, oh, if you're like horizontal velocity and like, or if your vertical velocity is 0 or like below a certain threshold and your horizontal velocity is below a certain threshold, you like without a chained jump, we, you know, exit. But then that had its own quirks. So there's all these just like little quirks, and the goal is just to make the player feel like it's predictable and nice and stable. And so it's like, it's also, I'm like, with a lot of this like input stuff, I either spend a shitload of time researching or I just vibe code the thing. And because I don't want to actually spend time doing it, I've just sort of been letting the LLM figure it out, and it'll just introduce random ass bugs. So it's like very easily a time sink if I'm not careful. So I'm like constraining myself to this afternoon. And if I don't get it, then it'll go on the shelf. But yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I think it would.
I remember
be cool. I remember you did this too. Yeah.
A couple months ago, yeah. And so the jetpack worked. That was cool. Obviously, it was completely game breaking in Get, so we axed it. But yeah, I did the jetpack and the rocket jump rework to make more platformy. And the fucking locomotion, dude, you are so right on it being like an absolute time sink, because I just could not get it to work. It was frustrating. And I gave up pretty quickly because that was like the third thing I did, and I was like, all right, whatever, it's enough time wasted on this. But if you can get it, I think it would be so huge.
Yeah.
And you know, if we want to introduce the jetpack or something in the store, like it's in there.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, now that we're a sandbox, I think it's totally like have another locomotion mode or something like that.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like the fancy movement, it feels really like there's a version where I don't really see how the game works without it. But at the same time, we built a lot of like the game around doing things quite slowly. So like jumping on a car. So, you know, in an ideal world, this like fancy locomotion, you'd enter it like with like a big leaping bound to start, you know, like nice bit of velocity, like kick yourself into gear, get moving, you know. But it would be really annoying to use that system as like the normal way you jump, you know.
Right.
And so like the rocket jump system can't go away entirely, but I'm like, how do I enter this state? Because I can't just do like a slam to the ground, because you'll accidentally trigger that all the time when you're like moving your hands, right? So we need some like, all right, ready to go, you know? So the way I'm thinking about it is that like, if you hold the triggers and then let go, you get like the rocket jump. If you then chain, that like charges up your arms, and you have to like chain into the fancy mode from there. But that's like kind of abstract, you know. It's like players might not, you know, like, I mean, I think they'll get it, but it's like, does that feel nice? You know, would I just want to like slam from the get-go? You know, I think I'm keeping the rocket jump as like a air redirect in fancy locomotion, because I think it feels cool.
Yeah.
But like how that gets refreshed, does it get like refreshed on slam, you know, or is it like on a timer cooldown? It's
right,
like a lot of like
the ground check's always gonna fail because you're always like flying by it.
Pretty much, yeah. So it's like it's like a little bit of like a kind of a quirky system, and I'd want to find like a middle ground that just like feels nice, and I'd feel responsible enough including it. And I definitely don't want to like ship a system that hasn't been like bulletproof. So it's like a higher likelihood that it's just gonna go on the shelf, but I think I'm like 90% of the way there. You know, I've like gotten most of the functionality down, narrowed it to like the directional bugs are pretty much shaken out, and it like feels good. it feels like I can feel how it would be like really fun, and in like the right situation, you know. Especially now
Yeah.
that we preserve velocity come jumping from cars. It's like I've had a thing where I've like pinned the throttle on the car and like jumped off, and it's like you're like moving with it for like a little bit, you know, and it's cool. It definitely feels like, you know, you can have a lot more like kind of fun, like actiony type moments and stuff. Yeah, it's just it's kind of about like nailing that UX. That's part of the challenging part.
Yes. Can I see it?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, let me run it. I have no effects on it right now, so you have to, just gonna have to watch the debug rays and take my word for it. Yeah, so obviously I hold the triggers, that kind of gets me warmed up, and then you just hit the grounds.
Oh.
And then, yeah, it's pretty, just, you know, you can be a little bit more
Dude, that looks really, really nice.
graceful, and then it's just, you get like a pretty wide window. Right now I'm fighting this bug where like I kind of hit a wall, like my momentum dies, as you can see. Because we have this like air friction that I turned to 0 when in fancy locomotion, but I think something about my calculations kind of going wrong.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just, you know, that's basically the system in a nutshell. I had this whole thing where if I turned the player around, it would like fuck it up. So it was yeah, no, but that's essentially it. But also if I would do this with the other thing, but if I go to spawn a Game Boy here. I try to do my best to do this the right way. See, you keep.
Oh yeah.
With the car, so it's like it's nice and preserved, which feels really nice.
Yeah. I think that is gonna make it feel a whole lot better.
Yeah, I think it's gonna make a big difference. And luckily, it was actually a really easy change. It really wasn't that intense. But yeah, so yeah, if I don't get it by basically tonight, I'll put it on the shelf. But in the meantime, yeah, I kind of got ahead of my work, so I felt like I was allowed to do it.
Yeah.
I think you guys will like a lot of the prop stuff. A lot, I'm hoping. There's a lot of like there's a lot of like hidden logic, like with the rocket, to mix like predictable, like intended behavior, but allowing you also to break it. So like, because with the rocket, if you just like put a rocket on and apply force just aligned with the rocket, it'll kind of, it becomes really finicky to get it perfect. So like what we do is, if the rocket is like within a margin of error in terms of alignment with the forward vector of the car, it doesn't matter its position, like it could be really high up or really low down. We just apply the force of the rocket at the center of gravity of the car, at the height.
Right.
And so it like, because the intended behavior people are going to use most often is that like, oh, we're just going to put it at the at the fucking, back, or at the, facing in the way that I want it to like propel me to go faster, right? But if for whatever reason I really wanted to like put it on the front side to like push my car into circles, you can still do that. You can just like break out of that intended behavior, but the player wouldn't really notice. To them, it feels like it's just the rocket's acting like a rocket. And for like soccer balls, or like other physics objects, like we can turn that toggle on and off. But like in like the parachute, or it's like a balloon, it checks like the current like alignment of whatever it's attached to, or relative to the balloon. So if the car like flips over, like the soccer ball or whatever like flips over to where like the balloon is facing downward and not oriented to the y-axis up, it'll like apply forces to the rigid body, like to make sure that it rotates so that the balloon is always like facing, directly upward, like it would be like, a balloon, while also like pushing it upward,
Yeah.
So it's there's fun little stuff with it. Ironically the soccer goals and like the finish lines and that kind of shit is actually very straightforward. It's like, soccer ball just goes in goal, like increment a counter above the soccer goal. Or like the finish line, but the soccer ball, there's like a really specific norm core pattern where you have to like, the person who comes into contact with it latest has to like take ownership of the physics so that they can like kick the soccer ball basically. And so you have like an authoritative zone where like, if I come into the range of the soccer ball, I like take authority of the physics to apply like a collision to it. And then if like two players are there, you're supposed to like reconcile that. It's kind of where you can use like the real-time dictionary actually to create these like collision requests, so you can all like nudge the ball. It's not going to be perfect, but it'll be good enough.
Yeah.
Also, I was creating I'm all for doing like 2-for-1 things. So I have a golf ball that I've been working on that
oh, nice.
That is just the soccer ball, but it has like a screen on it that every time it gets hit, it just increments the numbers of times it's been hit until it goes in the hole.
Oh, so you're gonna make a hole too?
Yeah. And then when it goes in the hole, it just resets. Basically, it like resets the counter.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Yeah.
I've been wanting mini golf for so long with a golf cart too.
Yeah. So we got some
cooking.
We got some shit. I was actually thinking of making speaking of golf cart, I'm glad you brought that up. Weirdly enough, I think the golf cart could actually be the one like car shaped thing that we have. Because it's open, it doesn't have doors. So if you just make it really big, you could have people like standing on the seats and shit like that.
Yeah.
And but it could still like kind of look like a golf cart, as opposed to just like a golf cart with a steering wheel on the top.
Dude, I know that people are gonna want something that's actually the size of a car.
Yeah.
So I feel like a golf cart, like a go-kart, is if anybody has time, that's my wish list item.
Yeah.
It's just a little go-kart that you can spawn.
Yeah, so we'll definitely get some of that shit into. But yeah, so so far so good. Yeah.
I am doing store stuff. I mean, you heard it.
Yeah.
Pretty straightforward.
fast line. Crack the code. Kinda.
Hey. Dude, it's mad confusing watching this with the grid on the
I
ground.
know, it's like you. So
I trust.
Yeah, I've had to be like, oh yeah, I know I'm moving in the right direction. I started to learn to. It's like reading the Matrix, so I started to learn. Started to learn what the grid's telling me.
See the grid for the plane.
This is gonna be like a random ass reference, but you ever watch Hunter x Hunter by any chance?
Oh, a little bit.
You know, like the Hunter exam at the beginning when there's the old dude like running at the, like the super ass long strides.
No, I'm gonna look up the clip though. What should I look up?
Just look up like Hunter exam running old guy. He'll probably like, he's the examiner for that like part of it. This is weird. Sometimes I still just like kill my. Maybe it's because I.
Yeah.
But it feels good. It feels fun.
Fuck yeah.
Feels like kind of what I've always wanted from like other tag systems. Just wanted to be like, it's more like it's G-Tag on the moon, basically.
I hate G-Tag movement, so that is music to my ears. Because that's my problem with it. I feel like I'm never moving as far as I want to be moving.
Yeah.
And like, yeah, you can't, because they don't have any other options for micro movement. You know what I mean?
That's right. Yeah.
So they need it to be very
like finicky, like because you can, because like it sucks the most when you're just talking to your friends and you're like,
like, jittering around.
But I think the big thing with with G-Tag 2 is when you look at it at high skill level, like a really like high like pro level basically. It's crazy to say, but when you look at it, it kind of looks like they're doing like the fucking mambo. They're like, you know, like they're rolling their hands over each other a bunch, because it's like you're doing like these like really quick like hand movements to like build speed. It's like it's much more like crawling almost, and yeah, it just doesn't really. I don't know. It doesn't feel like I don't know. Yeah, like I want these like big strides, you know.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm still kind of hitting a wall, but it's like a lot better. And I have like full. Body turn support too. Feels good. See if it has to do with the other hand. I think it might have to do with the other hand, actually. Oh, is it because my controller is falling out of range, maybe? I don't know what I'm gonna call this for the players though, like a fucking fancy movement. Like that doesn't make any sense.
Maybe you can just call it monkey movement.
No, bro, fuck monkeys.
That's something that I'd like for players to like. So when you're using monkey movement, you know what I'm saying?
Say what?
Like on TikTok.
I'm using monkey movement.
I'm using monkey movement.
Oh, is it because I'm grounding? Is that what's happening there? I'm just not getting like a. Yeah, I think it is just that I'm I mean, here's a question for advice. Should I allow the like thumbstick movement during fancy movement?
I was yeah, you reminded me. I was gonna ask, is there a reason that it's disabled? Because it would be so great if you could micro adjust. Like, imagine you're trying to fancy move onto a car and you're about to
Like
miss
air
it. And use
strafe?
your thumbstick.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because my instinct as a player, I was thinking about this. If you're bounding forward, I'm gonna be holding the joystick forward. So I'm just like, go as fast as possible. Even if it's fake, it would be like you turn your body when you're playing like fucking Mario Kart on a controller. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know.
So-
It's like maybe I'm too close to it because I'm making it, but like I kind of let go of the stick immediately, and I feel like when I'm like trying to hold the stick forward, it's kind of annoying, you know. But if I know that I would have that bonus, I'd like always hold my thumbstick forward. I'm like, I could feel my thumb just like pushing up the thumbstick, you know. That's like
Yeah.
my hands get kind of sweaty. That's kind of why it was basically like, oh, like hey, get your head out of like even thinking about having to move with a thumbstick here.
No, I think layer it.
So that what you can only move like laterally or something, or
I was gonna say.
I mean, because we still have the rocket jumps. It's like how you can correct, but you know, it's like less precise for sure.
Yeah. You should be able to have both. Like I should be able to feel like I can bound, rocket jump, and push the joystick forward, and I'm moving at max speed.
So in that case, then, if I were to do that, what I would probably do is I would just say the rocket jump enables fancy move by default. So like clicking it does, and like you don't need to do the slam because it already propels you off the ground. And then that's like the and then like in order to stay in it, you like, you know, bound, because then that way we can keep like the kind of jump that we have. It's like basically just more of like a jump. The one thing is that like it is hard to do like a I really want to jump horizontally very fast now without having to like jump like kind of slowly first, you know.
Yeah.
And like that's part of like I think that's mostly why I'd want to use the like to like launch off a car, you know. I don't want that like feedback. So I still might keep like the hold and release concepts for like the regular jump. But yeah, okay, I'll enable like air strafing. Why not? Just keep it in.
Yeah.
I think I may just like, yeah, like I don't know. But dude, this actually does feel pretty fun, I'm not gonna lie. Accidentally cooked.
Yeah, I'm about to switch to your branch.
Accidentally cooked.
Cooked on accident.
Yeah, bro. Threw that shit in the microwave, came out excellent. That's like literally what happened though, Loki.
Yeah, fuck it.
I just threw that shit
Roast.
in and said, fuck it.
Talking to using chat voice mode.
Yeah.
You know, secondary locomotion system can be a great way to connect with a wide variety of players. Let's get started. Namespace, get set go, locomotion.
I will say this is +1 for Claude, -1 for chat, because
You're using Claude?
yeah, I had to switch to Claude. I switched to Claude because chat just couldn't handle it. Chat was fucking up. Chat could not handle it. Claude got it in a matter of seconds. And this is not even Opus though, dude. It was Sonnet, bro. Sonnet got it.
Jesus. I know in my heart of hearts that I should be using Claude Code.
Yeah.
I just haven't brought myself to kill my GPT. I'll probably, after the 19th, I think I'm gonna switch. I was like, I'll do it over the break and stuff. It didn't end up happening. It's just, you know, you get used to something.
Mm-hmm. No, I feel that.
And my project knows everything about the UI now.
Yeah.
like it'll leak into. I can't remember what the conversation.
Yeah,
I
dude,
was
it like
having.
leaks into your regular ones, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Bro, I'm like, how do you know
God, what
this?
was
How do you know this?
Who told you?
That's privileged information, bro. Sometimes, yeah, dude, I'll take a question out of the project just into like a random one to see if I get like a different context, and it'll be like, so for your like vehicle system that you're wanting to link this to, I'm like, hey, wait, stop right there. I didn't tell you that. You should know that. That's not allowed. Yeah. 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 Do the dance. Do the dance. Yeah, just test something and turn this up. Yeah, the instant. I had it originally too that it wasn't like instantaneous. Now you can like instantaneously switch directions, which feels a lot better.
Okay.
Yeah.
You mean on a swing?
Yeah, on a swing. So like if I want to move like immediately left or immediately right. The only one that's somewhat like that doesn't really trying to swing like forward and doesn't really work.
Yeah.
Right now, the one thing that is like a little bit of a, it's like I'm gonna gate this, but it is interesting is like if you shoot your hands out, you can still bounce, which just feels like too exploitative and kind of defeats the system. But
Oh yeah. That's a pretty straightforward game. I think that
yeah, it is.
we state it. So.
That's right. Yeah, we do it for
Yeah.
holding and like if you're holding something or like, which I know we don't currently have, but like but we'll add that.
Yeah,
for-
true.
Yeah, we don't hold shit anymore.
Which is like, I mean, I don't mind that. Our grab implementation is kind of jank.
Yeah, but I mean, we will probably at some point. That's fine. Yeah.
Frisbee. We need a frisbee prop.
Facts. Yeah, I was thinking about all like the dumb shit that we can make props out of. And like, cause right now, the reason I'm making golf is cause I was thinking about capture the flag and I was like, it's actually quite complicated. Cause like, what's holding the flag? You know, is it the car? The players?
Yeah.
How do you get the flag from like another thing? You know, we have no combat system, you know, you'd have to like blow it up. But that kind of stuff is interesting. Like, to your point, like a frisbee, like could we make like a car frisbee where like the car can catch it? You know, you get like hands, like giant car hands that the frisbee will like heat sink to. Yeah, one thing right now that's like this fancy system does actually expose is if you turn your head like all the way around, if I turn my like body around without hitting the right stick, my head, it's like I broke my neck, you know, my body doesn't really follow.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was kind of interested in seeing if I could like put a little supplemental turn for the GSG IK based on like head position, but that's like real IK now.
Right.
I feel like maybe it wouldn't be that crazy. Problem is your IK doesn't actually like turn the thing all the way around, right? So our body is like a little stiff, but I might add like a driver for the IK that works on velocity too. So like if you're moving forward in like fancy movement or something,
You fly up more.
yeah. Oh, is that KT? Who the fuck is that?
That is me.
Oh, bro, I think you don't have the right version. Yeah, I didn't push it. Fuck. Hold on. I gotta push it. Give me a sec.
Oh no. I'm testing my own shit.
Oh fuck, I thought you were on my branch. I was like,
No.
fair.
Dude, but I will be swapping to yours very quickly. Oh, you just spawned a car in my head. I'm falling.
Oh, my bad, dog.
That's
That's still kind of a problem, but we'll deal with it. We'll deal with it later. I'll still just put a kill zone below every floor. I do want you to try something though, if you would mind humoring me. If you load back into the scene, would be drive that car, the Game Boy.
The Game Boy.
And I'm gonna like jump off it. I want to see how it looks.
Yes.
It's a little harder when I gotta like let go of the wheel and just jump.
And because it's just your real-time transform, I'll be able to see how it looks too.
Yes.
Is that right?
You will. That is right.
Nice.
That's precisely what I want you to.
Oh, fuck!
It's interesting jumping on the like off of cars. It's like your body. My body's a little stickier. It's kind of nice because if you like hit a car, you just stop dead, and it like stops all your progress. But it kind of like I don't know. It doesn't like break. It just like. think like the parenting or something might screw it up. So, oh, it's right because of the right now it's 3 seconds. Right. Okay. No, we're good. We're chilling.
Oh, yo, can you move that car?
Oh yeah, my bad. Fuck.
I keep falling through the floor.
Fuck, my bad. All right, yeah, we're
I could just move the local player too.
No, yeah, we're moved. It's funny as fuck too, because this car, surprisingly, in order to do perfect donuts, it's actually like a real car. You gotta counter steer.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you gotta like, because if you don't, it'll start to like hit like not hitch, but it like I can't remember what the term is. Understeer, basically, or oversteer. All right, fuck. Let me get over. This car's too fast. I need to tone it down. All right.
Oh, dude, it does look dope.
All right. Let it rip. All right. Ready? Ooh, wait, hold on. Drive straight. Alright. Oh, wait, shit. I only jumped up, but whatever. Hold on, let me come back. Wait.
Yo, dude. That actually looks pretty sick.
Alright. Yeah, I need to work on the control. Yeah, the air striking is absolutely necessary. Alright. And yeah, it does work. I definitely move.
Where you at?
Yeah, I'm right here.
Here, jump off the front this time.
Alright, yeah. Oh shit. Wait.
It feels so weird not having the nose thing anymore.
Facts. Hold on.
Alright.
It is. I mean, I am kind of jumping straight up from the car, which is interesting. It could be because it's moving, and I need to like apply this force better on a moving platform.
What? To me, that looked like. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It looked like you just jumped straight up.
Yeah, I think part of the challenge is that yeah, I think I have like a I'm still parenting the car, which is funny. Wait, hold on.
Whoa.
Wait. Before you take that off, start drifting again.
Right.
Alright. Hold on. Yeah!
Dude.
Whoa! Oh, swinging! The problem is I'm still parenting, but this would be a crazy way to fly off the car. Yo! Alright. Yeah, there is still this occasion where you don't properly, like, exit the car.
There you are. I still see you spinning, dude.
Fuck!
Are you like totally motion sick?
Nah, that's fine. At this point, honestly, bro, I'm so used to it. Alright, anyway. Bro, fuck your update, Horizon Link. I don't give a fuck. Alright. Let me pop up.
I do like this Game Boy a lot.
I think we're making the magic sauce.
It's feeling magical. It's feeling magical.
It's feeling wow. 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 There's like two separate memes. There's fucking Owen Wilson and then the other guy. Like the southern guy or whatever. The wow. Why? Why? But he's saying why, you know? Why?
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 Alright. God damn it. I got unlimited money in Get Set Go. What's up, guys?
I can
It's
hear it
J-Man
now.
Curly back with another video, and the devs gave me unlimited Bitcoin.
Bro, honestly, bro, the first day we get a J-Man Curly video, man, I'm popping it. I'm popping the bottle.
Ah, dude. Indubitably.
Just next Meta Connect. Hey, yo, J-Man, what you think?
No, J-Man's gonna be coming up to us in line now.
Yeah. Yo, guy. Game is crazy.
Oh, it's the ballot guys.
Yeah.
Man, fuck off. No, J-Man was pretty chill.
Yeah, he's a great guy.
I was like searching for my local player in the hierarchy for like 30 seconds. I was like, where the fuck is it? I realized that
You were on a car? Yeah.
Yeah.
I've been there.
Classic.
Fuck. Did this on a free plan. Just ran out of messages. Damn it.
Oh, for Claude, bro?
Yeah. Thought I could sneak it under the wire. So I'm gonna refresh this at midnight. I can come back.
Is Claude also 20 bucks a month?
I don't actually know. Yeah, let me check.
I mean, they gotta be, bro. Otherwise, they'd be swooping in chat.
Yeah, Pro is 17 a month, 20 a month monthly, 17 yearly, yeah.
So, yeah. How do you feel about like what icon we should use for our currency? Like, I think that's an important decision to be made.
Yeah, honestly, and I have no idea. I,
Yeah.
I, um, yeah, I don't know. It's, I don't know. It's like I want to think of some fun like symbol, you know.
Yeah.
But I don't know. The thing that I was thinking about was like, oh, could we do like gas, but the S is a dollar sign? Just to like really lean into it. But I don't know. It's the challenging thing is that it can't be like monetary. It can't look monetary, you know? Like people
Right.
like that's pretty well known. It's got to feel like a resource.
Like psychologically or legally?
I think both, actually. I don't know. Chris would know about more about this than I do. Yeah, I don't know.
I want to be in the. I want to hear Chris's manifesto on extracting value from children.
Facts. Fuck them kids. It probably boils down to, right?
Yeah.
No, it's actually interesting. It's you know, he's got so much experience and he's seen how like so much of it on mobile, you know.
Yeah.
And I think part of the thing for VR for him was that it was like the monetization even in free to play is almost like premium. It's like players spend early and much bigger, and it's less of like an addictive spend. It's more of like a DLC spend. It's like they spend once, they wait for like a couple of months until like another update, and they like spend again.
Yeah.
And in a way that's like healthier. It's like healthier, you know, in a
yes.
And it's I don't know. So I think it's like it's definitely more creative. You know, you got to give them shit to buy for sure. And
yeah.
But you also like gotta. And like players want to distinguish themselves from other players. They want to be like, you know, it's like the influencer kind of thing. Like they just want the shit that they can like create kind of an identity for themselves. So like. For our artist, I've even asked him to create like different colorways of like the same prop, and I kind of want to like test that out, you know, like does that move the needle, you know, like does having like limited edition like colorways of props like move the needle, because everybody can spawn the same prop, but like I spawn the one that's like pink, you know, or something, or I spawn like the version of this car that's a different color. And we can like very achievably do that with performance, because the car could be on the same atlas, but it's like just the UVs oriented in a different way, you know. So it's I don't know, it's interesting. If you're trying to do more.
Do you ever worry that our game is going to be plagued by kids seeing somebody who has the shiny new thing and be like, give me that, give me that, give me that?
In a weird way, yes, and I'm kind of counting on it. And let me tell you why. Hold on, I'm going to send a chat here real quick. But So I've mentioned this a bunch of times. Like I liken our broader monetization model to Discord, where it's you can buy something to have the right to use it all the time, but you can give it to your friends to use temporarily. So like if I have a prop and I join a lobby with that prop, like I can spawn that prop as many times as I want in the lobby, right? You know?
Right.
So even in the event that we have like persistence and homeworlds and stuff like that, right? Like a friend could come in and like spawn me a soccer ball, you know, and then I could play with the soccer ball in my lobby. But if it gets destroyed for whatever reason, like my friend would have to come back and spawn it for me, you know?
Yes. Yeah.
And if we were to introduce like cool colorways of props or like unique designs on props or things like that that were like the same thing but different, like skins, I can envision a world where it's like, oh, I want like that one, you know, on this like on my car or something like that, right? And there's something about that that's interesting, and that gets people talking. It gets people like kids and friends like talking, and it gets friends like kind of, you know, like, oh, we like I'll get this thing, you get that thing, like because we play together and we kind of cover each other. But then maybe I want to get the thing that he has so that I don't have to constantly ask him and I feel bad and all that stuff.
Right.
But even if we were to like introduce blueprints where you could like save a configuration of props on a vehicle, for instance, like that kind of shit, it would be cool if like you could save a configuration with like somebody else's prop on it, but like the moment that prop died, it would like revert to the normal one, you know? Stuff, shit like that, you know, where it's like they feel consumable unless you own them. And in a broader game with like maybe a, you know, mode outside of a pure sandbox, that sort of feeling of ownership, I think, would start to like compound in a cool way. But yeah, I'm especially with vehicles, I think we'll feel that the most because, you know, you can only spawn one, right, per person. So you'll definitely have kids being like, let me drive, and shit like that, right? And that social, you know, like a playground, there'll be kids who are annoying as shit and toxic, or players who are annoying as shit and toxic or whatever, and abuse both sides of the equation. But there will also be players who share. And that both of those situations actually have a real positive thing, because that's healthy social dialogue. Like, you need friction, and you need to know what it like feels like to be annoyed by somebody like asking something of you. But you also need to be you also need to know what it's like to want to share and feeling good about sharing. And both of those situations strengthen the friends who are friends, right? If we share, or like if we're a new player and we share, we'll become closer. And then if we're both equally annoyed by one person who doesn't want to share, or who like is being annoying about having them use our stuff, like that tells us to distance ourselves from that person. But that means like, let's go be tighter in this other place, you know, like let's go to another lobby, but like let's hang out, you know. Shared friends and shared enemies type thing. So I actually think it'll for sure happen, don't get me wrong. Like, there will be annoying players, and like there'll be some players who get annoyed and maybe even leave the game because of it. But I think in overall in the long term, it's actually a positive thing. Like it nets out to be a like a kind of a feature of the game, like a feature of the social side of the game, you know. And it's a very natural way for players to like get introduced to stuff they may want to buy, you know. It's like, you know, it's like when you're playing, if we're playing CS or Valorant, and it's like, yo, can I get your skin? You know, how many times does that happen? It happens all the time. Like, can you drop me your AK because I want the shiny AK? You know, if you're good friends, you'll like constantly do it, you know. But like, at some point, you kind of feel like I just want it, so I don't have to ask, and that's like one thing.
Yeah.
But also, it like there's that bit of a dynamic between the two players that's like extra planar, you know. It's like beyond just the game. That feels nice.
Yes. Okay, now I see your point.
This is a crazy headline. Skater cannot perform to Minions music at the Olympics.
Bruh.
I didn't even know
Literally...
this is the usual, bro. Spanish figure skater Thomas Loren Guarno will not be able to perform to his usual music, a Minions mix. At the 26...
Literally 1984.
Bro, yeah.
Dude, I didn't want to say it, but...
They hate to see a brother winning. That's like that's straight up, you know, that's Blades of Glory right there, you know. Skating to one song and one song only. It's actually been really funny to see like random ass people named in Epstein files.
Bro, Tom Hanks.
Yeah. Fucking Russell Wilson, my old quarterback, bro. He's in there.
Russell Wilson?
Yeah, but
and
he's
also
like
the fucking grad speaker, bro.
Yeah, the Dalai Lama apparently like hundreds of times. It's hilarious.
You're joking.
Yeah,
The
apparently.
Dalai Lama?
Yeah, apparently. I don't know if his stuff has come out yet, or if it's like alleged. But I've heard about that, yeah.
$169 times, bro. Nah.
That's tough.
That's tough, bro. Buddha say.
Thanks.
Yo, what is Black Tower Games?
Black Tower is dope. So Black Tower is, the story of the dude is Richie, is amazing. He's this dude from the South, from Georgia, I believe. And in like the 80s, 90s, he goes to Japan to make video games. Like before anybody was fucking doing that. And he starts a studio in Japan in like the early 2000s and has since basically worked on like a ton of games. So they do supplementary game dev. Where they'll come in, they'll either be like a co-dev where they're not credited, or they'll be like the main dev and be credited. So they were like a co-dev on like some of my favorite games from Arc System Works, like did a bunch of stuff for them, but like they're not credited necessarily. But they were like the main developers, one of the main basically outsourced developers on Ace Combat, like Ace Combat 7, which is like one of my, it's like a high, it's not like one of my favorite games, but it's like very much up there. Yeah, they just made like dope shit. Like they've just been a part of some like really cool games. And they do all this outsourced dev work for these Japanese studios, you know, like big ones, Sony and like fucking Toy Logic and fucking Bandai Namco and shit. Like they do like Yeah, and it just seems like a really cool business that he's run, and apparently they just make a fucking killing. Like an absolute fucking killing. Yeah, they just yeah.
Why Japan?
It's such a good question, you know, like in the 80s and the 90s, right? Japan, like a lot of the biggest games were coming from there, right? Like Mario and the whole Nintendo craze with the N64 and stuff, so it makes sense. And yeah, he just, you know, like dude just was like, fuck it, I'm going over there and I'm gonna figure it out. And he just didn't know anybody, didn't know the language, and just fucking figured it out. Like and he's still like very southern. Like he's like, if you talk to him, he's like very, very like clearly goes back home like all the time, except just like lives in Japan. It's like yeah, it's fascinating. And Chris knows him. I think they go back. I think because Chris had done some outsource work on stuff for him before. But something I know they worked on together was this game called Arcbound, which doesn't really exist anymore, as far as I understand. It was just sort of like a very heavily funded like Web3 game from a blockchain that just wanted to put a shitload of money into something, so they hired Black Tower. But it's a cool game. It was like a, you know, top-down RPG, like JRPG. Art was very cool. Like I was a big fan of the art. Very Final Fantasy like 3. That's kind of the inspiration. And yeah, it just, you know, Chris did all of the marketing and publishing work for that. So Matt Oath did all of that. Yeah. In fact, back when we were making our old, like Nikita, Binna, and I were making like our old company, like one of our link in bio products, like Chris used it for Arcbound. Like he used it as like a part of the thing, and that's part of how like we were starting to work together.
It's sick. Well, I'm about to get on this call.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Are you gonna be on it?
I don't think so. I've talked to Richie a lot. I mean, Chris didn't ask me to, so I'm guessing because KT's gonna be on it, he's like, fuck it, might as well bring a Condit on there.
Yeah, pretty much. KT was just like, yo, you want to get on this call? I was like, yeah, sure.
Yeah. Because I think there's somebody who speaks Chinese on the team, so
okay.
On their game team, yeah.
So they're like, we're like, hey, we have a Chinese man as well.
In a sense, yeah, but I think it's also
money,
because,
please.
I think because it's also because maybe he doesn't maybe speak like the clearest English, so just in case, you know, they want to talk clearly about shit. Have you seen the game?
No, I have actually no idea.
So
anything about it.
They had 3 games that they were going to develop. Like they've done some, like the crazy thing about the Black Tower guys is they know fucking everyone too. So like they were going to make a game with the former director from Nier Automata. He wanted to make something and I think it fell through, but maybe they're still doing it. But so I played these like 3 games that they were considering making, and there was like the samurai like 1v1 game. There was this like cozy built like a hotel builder, which was really fun. And then there was this like doctor game, like really goofy, called like What the Fuck MD, WTF MD, that I think is the game that Chris is taking on.
Wait, it's a VR game?
No, it's just a flat game. But it's just a cool game, like, you know, like, you know, and it's just they would just do publishing for it, basically.
All right, I will catch you in a bit.
Yep. Catch you later. Let's see. When I lower the intent. Uh-oh. Be right back. Never mind. I should have lost my music. Shit. Huh? me right there.
17 punches to the face. He was no longer a threat. Mr. Norris.
I don't know if you remember me. I'm his widow. I remember you.
I need your help.
Tell Cooper to stop talking. Yes, footage from surveillance cameras with a law degree in the room. Raise their hand. Oh, it's just me? Back it up and play it. That's what I'll be showing a jury.
I will use your prosecution to bankrupt this county and every one of you.
And the more you prove your case, the more you prove mine. Stand up. Is he being detained? No. Go home. It's my card. Never contact my client again.
17?
What is it about that statuette that you find so sensual?
I'd prefer not to delve into my psyche. Holy Father, donations have declined. Revenues from religious taxes, which our bishops and dioceses depend on for their survival, have declined. Tourist visits to the Vatican have declined, greatly reducing the influx of funds to Vatican City. There is not much that the Vatican Bank can do. Our days of freewheeling finances are over. Changes in banking regulations mean that our hands are now tied. If we continue on this course, we will be forced to start selling off our artistic patrimony simply to survive.
The faithful will return. It's a natural cycle.
For now, the faithful are not returning, and small but dangerous enclaves of Catholic fundamentalism are starting to spring up, just like in Islam.
Islam has more followers than the Catholic Church.
Don't you find it a burden to take on the responsibility of such risky and unpopular decisions?
No.
Your Holiness, who are you really?
What is it about that?
We better move. Come on, let's go.
Lopez, go to Channel 13.
What's up?
The whole mother-in-law situation, sweet or creepy?
No, why are you asking?
James hooked her up with a baby cam feed.
Oh no, that's definitely creepy. You need to cut her off.
Thank you.
Now here's my question. Wesley hired private security on the Elijah front, and he says he thinks he hired a guy, but this morning an ex-British Special Forces hottie showed up at our door.
What's our... You should know I'm only doing this as a courtesy to Jonathan Sidwell, but I'll tell you right now, the answer is no. Good. Why good? Because a yes is always so much better when it starts as a no. You're a confident young man, but I know what my distribution centers are worth. You know what they're worth to you. This is what they're worth to me. This number can't be real. It is. And what the hell are you going to do with my distribution centers? We're going to sell your distribution centers to a pharmaceutical company as distribution centers. They use your workers, they hit the ground running, and win. You're a man of your word. I told you I'm not selling. And I told you they're coming after you whether you like it or not. And the difference between me and them is they want to tear your company apart, and I want to keep it together. As of an hour ago, I started investing. So by this time next week, I will own 4.9%. I can't guarantee you will win, but I can guarantee you that I will never sell you out. All right, I'm in.
You alright? Did somebody die or something?
I signed the conflict disclosure. To consider what I've accomplished for this company.
Are you shitting me? So this guy does a really good job, and you catch him fooling around or whatever, you don't fire him. Now this guy does a bad job, you have to fire him no matter how much you like him. Deal?
Deal.
Who had you sign this paper?
Nathan.
Can I have a word with you? You sure you want to poke this bear? It is a workplace violation, Tom. She works 12 hours a day. I mean, where's she going to meet somebody if it's not at work? Be that as it may. Look, there are a lot of people I don't mind calling enemies. It goes to deeper issues we're facing, Tommy. You know what? I don't want to talk about it. I'm off the clock, and from now on, starting today, I'm going to enjoy my life.
They look like they're starving already. In this heat, walking this rough trail, it don't take long to starve. Gotta hit them kids first. We should chip our rations in with theirs. Already did. How about you? That ain't part of our bargain. You gonna watch them starve? It's 50 head of cattle, right there. So ain't nobody gotta starve.
Check this out. This is one of the old roadhouses. During the gold rush days, this trail was used to take supplies from the coast into the interior of Alaska to the gold fields. And there was these roadhouses all along the trail, and the mushers would use them to get supplies and a hot meal and shelter from the storm. Oh man, the old shelves in here. That old wood stove. I think I should probably get out of here. This roof is looking pretty saggy. I probably shouldn't have gone inside there. My little snow dog weighs just under 300 pounds and it has no reverse on it, so can be a bit of a pain. Check this out. This is
Where's Larry? What? Larry Minuti, my partner. That's his car right there. Is he here?
Thought you said he was on vacation.
That's right. What? Those cars were brought here from the Algiers ferry parking lot. They're the vehicles that belonged to the victims. Sorry.
So he's a former Marine, local too. He's born and bred in New Orleans.
You like him?
Smart.
Yeah, I like him too.
You and Larry were close?
Yeah, you know, close enough to get on each other's nerves.
Doug, I've been put in charge of a newly formed investigative unit. Very disaster.
What percentage of global carbon emissions are responsible?
Tell us what's in it before we go in.
Oh, spicy.
So beef and pork mix.
It's hot.
Whoa!
It's hot.
It is great! Thank you. And Barbara? It's not a ketchup. It's just.
Wow.
Are you okay, Ma? Are you crying?
I'm good. No, I'm good.
So we have a spice level from 1 to 10, and our customers can choose that.
We've had a lot of different food concepts on Shark Tank. I have to give it to you. This is one of the best I've ever tried.
Yeah, this.
That's big coming from Kevin.
Guys, what's the cost of this?
It ranges anywhere from about $8 to $10 per bowl.
And what does it cost you?
$1.80 to $2.50. So our gross margin is about 75%.
And you gave us an astronomical number here. You said 3%, you wanted $1 million. Your sales must be through the roof.
Let's hear it. Our trailing 12 months system-wide sales is $18.7 million. And
wow! Tell us.
Linus Tech Tips just diffed Apple, Anchor, Ubreed, Belkin, name a brand, it just happened. If you ever need to use cords before pretty consistently for data transfer or even just chart stuff, you know how hard it is to find a cord that actually delivers on its rated speed and wattages and doesn't have its way with your wallet while you watch. Like, I get the mentality that you get what you pay for, but at these prices, you could at least include me. And Linus, the goat that he is, he just thought, fine, I'll do it myself. And he's releasing cables that aren't cheap, but they are fairly priced, and what you pay is what you get. What it says on the cable is exactly how fast it goes. If you get a dud, they have your back. Everything is tested. Oh, I love this. They didn't bother with expensive bullshit like US.
I wanted to try it.
been traded before?
I mean, they want to send me to sorry-ass Jacksonville, but careers go to die, then I'll retire. I'll do something else. I do not care.
Or are you threatening to quit?
Spence, I had 80 catches last year, baby. I had 80.
So you're gonna retire early, pull a Tiki Barber, and pursue your dreams after football, huh?
I ain't treat you like this.
Let me tell you how it went down for the Golden Boy. I had this vision my retirement day, standing up at the podium, microphone in front of me. Coach on one side, owner on the other, family and friends around. You know how it really went down? Sitting up in my goddamn living room, just staring at my cell phone, waiting for that call to come in from the GM, the owner. I would have taken the call from the fucking trainer. You better wise the fuck up, because you got one contract left, and when it's done, you're gonna be out here in the streets with the rest of us. You keep fucking up like this, you keep acting like a little kid, when it's done, and you're done, and you know what the worst part about it is? Nobody will give a fuck about you. I've been there.
I don't want to, sir.
I got a rude conduct complaint against you from a Rodney Acker. Said you verbally threatened Dracker.
Officer Chen, got a harassment complaint against you too, pal. Have a good night, sir.
Who am I here with today? You ever read this book here?
The term AGI. Why does this term exist? The reason that the term AGI exists is, in my opinion, not so much because it's like a very important, essential descriptor of some end state of intelligence, but because it is a reaction to a different term that existed. And the term is narrow AI. If you go back to ancient history of game playing AI, of chess AI, computer games AI, everyone would say, look at this narrow intelligence. Sure, the chess AI can beat Kasparov, but it can't do anything else. It is so narrow, artificial narrow intelligence. So in response, as a reaction to this, some people said, well, this is not good. It is so narrow. What we need is general AI, an AI that can just do all the things. And that term just got a lot of traction.
Yeah.
The second thing that got a lot of traction is pre-training. Pre-training had the property. You do more pre-training, and the model gets better at everything, more or less uniformly.
Yeah.
General AI. Pre-training gives AGI. But the thing that happened with AGI and pre-training is that in some sense they overshot the target. Because if you think about the term AGI, you will realize, and especially in the context of pre-training, you will realize that a human being is not an AGI. Because a human being lacks a huge amount of knowledge. Instead, we rely on continual learning. And so then when you think about, okay, so let's suppose that we achieve success and we produce some kind of, say, superintelligence. The question is, but how do you define it? Where on the curve of continual learning is it going to be? I will produce like a super intelligent 15-year-old. They don't know very much at all. The great student, very eager. You go and be a programmer. You go and be a doctor. Go and learn. So you could imagine that the deployment itself will involve some kind of a learning trial and error period. It's a process, as opposed to you drop the finished thing. The term
What's up, computer?
Pastry chef.
What about him?
I mean, he makes two things. That makes him too expensive.
Okay. What do you want me to do about it?
Do you need a pastry chef?
That's Marcus.
Do you need a Marcus?
Yeah, we need a Marcus.
Can you get a cheaper Marcus?
Computer.
Natalie.
I've known you for 35 years. You coached Mikey's Little League team. You're nice to Pete. If you fuck with Marcus, I will murder you.
Chef.
Chef.
Please tell me you're ready.
Almost, Judge.
Mr. Holland.
Actually, Judge, at the risk of further antagonizing Mr. Holt, maybe we could call him up for the sidebar?
Excuse me?
What's going on?
A bit unorthodox, but all in the best interest of both judicial economy and justice, I believe. Take 30 seconds.
Mr. Holt, could you approach the bench, please?
How you doing? All right, I'll make this quick. Now, my client is charged with grand theft, which under Section 487 of the Penal Code means the value of the stolen object exceeds $950. Your Honor, that necklace is worth what? 400 tops?
What?
Yeah, I've taken more than a few payments in diamonds and gold, developed a pretty good eye. But to be sure, Judge, I also brought with me an expert on the matter. That man over there is Marvin Beetleman. He's a jeweler. He can give us a pretty quick appraisal. I realize the district attorney might want to get one of her own. I'm guessing your wife doesn't know it's a knockoff. I, of course, don't want to upset her.
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
I am not. I am not.
Hold on. Even if it is a knockoff, the defendant thought she was stealing the real thing.
You have a witness to testify as to her state of mind?
Did you not have the necklace appraised?
We have the appraisal from his insurance company.
Which might open up a whole new can of fraud. I could be wrong, of course.
Miss Shepard, any thoughts on how you might like to play this?
Completely dismissed? I get to just go.
Well, unless the DA decides to prosecute the Holtz and you get called as a witness against them. But I don't think that's gonna happen.
Please tell.
Take me back up the road.
What for? Just do it. 6 or 7 miles back.
Lawyer said his car broke down.
Where is it? Oh, let me out here, let me out.
Back to Albuquerque. Let's go.
Are women inherently?
Here's my breakdown of each analyst's performance. Who are you?
Brother Sakan of Squad Varlock, Salamander's 3rd Battle Company. What happened here?
We lost. That's what happened. And the Xenos, they took captives. They... You shield these unworthy souls? Unworthy?
Unworthy?
Get out of the way.
No. Lower your weapon.
Don't do this. They're faithless. Their minds will rot like the others. It's better to grant them the Emperor's mercy now.
Lower your weapon, sister. Now.
Mercy? From one of the Astartes? How many worlds have you burned? How many massacres saw your sword drink deep and red? Don't do this, Danica.
Run! Find cover! Now!
Who are you?
I accidentally turned Claude.
Man, I tell you, people will love you.
How did the Ultramarines react to the return of Gilliman? When Gilliman returned from...
To this day, I would rather have a Special Forces medic treat me than any doctor. There's a guy that teaches the SEAL teams combat medicine, a guy named Ron Broughton, who was in Berlin with me. He runs like 20 emergency rooms in Florida and teaches up at Little Creek Combat Medicine there.
Yeah.
The Special Forces medics in the old days could get licensed as a practicing physician in over 20 countries.
No, not
and the training was that good and that well respected. To this day, it's one of the best courses that the military offers.
What's a $1,000 custom PC look like these days? Let's go build one to find out.
Oh, and I have a $50 gift certificate to Pizza Hut.
I'll give you 25 bucks.
But it's worth 50.
To who?
To Pizza Hut.
Well, then let the good folks at Pizza Hut place a bet for you.
You're just trying to rip me off.
Now listen and learn. In any financial transaction, there is one question both parties have to ask themselves. What leverage do I have in this transaction? And the answer for you is none.
What's leverage?
All right. A lever is how you move things.
Is the show Suits realistic?
I love the show, let me be clear about that. I don't think it's realistic at all. I mean, their depositions are always recorded on these little cameras. There's no court reporter. Harvey Specter's winning all the time, but in someone's office, just finding at the last minute the smoking. I mean, that isn't how that works. Also, he's a big corporate lawyer, so, you know, all of that litigation is done in motion practice. There's a lot of paperwork exchange back and forth. Nothing resolves fast. It's not a very realistic show. They do hit the right terms. They've got the dynamic down between partners, associates, paralegals, and office staff. They do a good job with that. But no, it's not very realistic. But great show.
Is the show suit?
Holy Father God.
This is how you fix the red ring of death for Xbox. Thanks, Microsoft, for making us such a brilliant machine. Fuck you, Microsoft!
The way ML used to work is that people would just tinker with stuff and try to get interesting results. That's what BALLOT.
Who are you?
Monclo, sir.
What happened to...
Didn't make it. Stabbed in the back by one of those sniveling green cowards.
What's the word?
Lieutenant Namu. Sir.
Oh, spit it out, trooper.
A tithe, sir. Our bullets.
I see. Do you have your knife?
Sir.
Good. Then follow me.
The one technical book I would recommend to everyone that has had the greatest impact on me as an engineer is Functional Programming in Scala. You're probably never going to use Scala day to day, but the way it teaches you to think about coding problems is just such a change from the way that most people were encoding, either practically or in school. It's incredible. It's going to completely change the way that you code. Now I think in types when I code. The thing that matters in your code the most is the type signatures. This is more important than the code itself. The one technical book I would recommend to everyone that has had the great
neglecting my duties. Well, that's not good. Looks like Unity doesn't like that.
The thing that makes me happy about Git is not that it's taken over the world, it's that we all have self-doubts, right? We all think, are we actually any good? And one of the self-doubts I had with Linux was, it was just a re-implementation of Unix, right? Can I do something that isn't just a better version of something else? And Git proved that yes, I can.
Yes, you can. Which one are you most proud of?
Linux by far. I don't think people understand how little I did for Git. I did just the basic initial design, and hey, I'm proud of that. But at the same time, I worked on Git for 6 months. The moment I found somebody who I felt could take it over, I threw it over the fence and said, you go. To me, Git was something I needed for Linux.
So that's like having a second child so that you could enhance your first child.
I worry about your children
with
sometimes.
spare parts, maybe.
Which one are you?
That is civilian version of the HK MP. P5. I gotta try this damn thing. Don't know if you ever got to carry one around, but this thing's sick.
This is awesome.
I'm gonna get one myself.
So that is the first Sig Sauer autonomous pistol. No, I'm just kidding. No, that's the Sig Sauer P211 GTO Burst 2011.
Here's how I prepare for my coding interview.
I created the Oculus Rift when I was 19 years old. Now that I'm working in the national security space, this is a new product that we just announced. It's called Eagle Eye. So you've got a helmet, augmented reality glasses. These sync with the helmet. I can see where every enemy is and then watch when they go behind the container. So I can actually see through it and watch. Now they're engaging the guy over there and he's down. This has a tiny battery pack on it. The main battery, you ever used ballistic plates before? So this is a standard geometry plate. The cool thing about this is it's a combination battery, computer, and ballistic plate. I created the Oculus.
Just when you thought this new hero couldn't get more toxic, his moveset proves you wrong. Druid is a hero that has 2 layers to every one of his attacks. I can throw a normal light attack just by tapping the light attack button, but I can also hold it, and by holding it, this will allow me to have hyper armor. Same goes for a heavy attack. I can throw a normal heavy, or I can hold down the heavy attack button and have a heavy attack that allows me to get hyper armor. Every move on this hero has a tap variation and a hold variation, even his guard break. So I can guard break by tapping, or I can guard break and hold it, and then I can actually slam him to the ground, slide him forward. And the same goes for his bashes. I can dodge forward, tap guard break, or I can do the same thing but hold the guard break button. This also includes his zone attacks. I can tap a zone, or I can hold it, and it turns unblockable with hyper armor. It's kind of crazy, and one of the most annoying things you can do with his character
What the fuck? finish this.
Please exit the vehicle, keeping your hands where I can see them.
No problem.
Oh.
Steady, Officer Juarez. Need you go clear the front. Step forward for me, sir.
What can I help you with today? It's not illegal to run out of petrol, is it?
A van matching this description was involved in an armed robbery.
Wow. Well, it wasn't this one. I've been stuck here since about past waiting for a rescue.
All right, the front's clear, but I can't really see the back.
Well, aren't you a smile and a more gallop?
Sir, I'm gonna need to see some ID.
And I would love to show you some, but I left the house without my wallet. I barely remembered to put on a shirt. If you can picture that.
It happens to all of us.
Well, then I'm gonna need to see inside that van.
No problem. Just a few bits and bobs inside, you know, nothing of note. It's a shame, really, because something tells me being handcuffed by you would be quite the treat.
I think you got your fight. Happy?
guys. my frame rate so much. I should look jacked on an optical illusion.
Look.